मूषिकवाहनमोहनास्तां कामनकरं विलम्बिनपुत्रां वामनरूपमयेश्वरपुत्रां विघ्नविनायकपादं नमस्ते நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ்வாழ்க இமைப்பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காத்தான் தாழ்வாழ்க ஈசனடி போற்றி என்ற நடி போற்றி தேசனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேமடி போற்றி மாயப்பெருவதுக்கு மன்னனடி போற்றி போற்றி போற்றி. ஹரி ஓம் கங்கா ஜமுனா கோதாவரி தீர்க்கும் சமர்ப்பியாமி சமர்ப்பியாமி சமர்ப்பியாமி. Before this Paul brothers, three on either side. You can be four on either side, will be fine. See, you turn it down, yes, first. Absolutely. Om Namah Shivaya. You don't have much of it. I got them. You can use When you go 3 times around, after we go 3 times around, the sticks you got in, you turn it 3 times around the head, you put it back in the this clay pot, you put it back there. After you're doing that, double culture, you turn 3 times Papa. After you finish, you turn 3 times double culture. You take this water, you offer water 3 times, and you offer milk 3 times. Then after this take his blessings, his touching, his blessings. When I'm doing the Namah Shivaya Mali, that is a purification of the soul. If you know the Namah Shivaya Mali, sing with me. Please try not to go too close to the casket because we don't have much space. Yeah, okay, you go in a second. What we'll do is, do you have chairs?
No.
The small plastic chairs?
No.
Okay, we can use the 4 corners of the room, right? To make things simple, right? You're going to be, okay. Hari Om, you're going to follow. All of us, you're going to follow him, right? Okay. Hari Om, Tirujattambalum, Adre Madre Ayanum Malum, Amarara Munivattamum. முறை முறை வணங்கி ஏத்தும் முதல்வனே நம சிவாய 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 இனியடி தேரக்கான எஜுலக அலம்தான் மாயும் கனியது எஜமூன்றைத கடவுளே நம சிவாயாம் கடவுளே குறைச்சு கோணம் கடவுளே நம சிவாயாம் கடவுளே நம சிவாயாம் கடவுளே நம சிவாயாம் கடவுளே நம சிவாயாம் இனியடி தேரக்கான எஜுலக அலந்தான் மாயும் கனியது எஜமூன்றைத கடவுளே நம சிவாயாம் 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 ஈட்டியை பெருப்போர் ஒன்றாய் இனியடிப்பன் துன்பும் வாண்டியை செம்போர் வேணி வல்லலே நம சிவாயாம் 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 உமைய ரூபாகும் வைத்து அன்பர்கள் தம்பி சுரம் அன்பர்கள் தம்பீரானே அமதர மணியே முத்து அண்ணலே நம சிவாயாம் 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 உமைய ரூபாகும் வைத்து அன்பர்கள் தம்பீரானே அமுதர மணியே முத்து அண்ணலே நம சிவாயாம் 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 எழுப்பெற அதனால் மாறும் ஏறுங்கி இறுங்கி வந்து பழுதர ஆண்டு குள்ள பரமனே நம சிவாயாம் 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 நம சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தழ்த்தாள் வாழ்க இமை பொருதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்க தத்தாள் வாழ்க புகழியாண்ட குருமணித்தாள் வாழ்க ஆகமுமாகி நின்று அணிபத்தாள் வாழ்க ஏகன் நான் ஏகன் இறைவனடி வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தாத்தாள் வாழ்க இவை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சல் நீங்க தத்தாள் வாழ்க வேகும் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேதன் அதிவிழ்க பிறப்பழகும் பிஞ்சகந்தன் பேக்கடல்கள் வெல்க புறத்தாணி செய்யுந்த பூங்கடல்கள் வெல்க கரங்குவி உள் மகிழும் கோங்கடல்கள் வெல்க சிறிங்குவி உள் மகிழும் சீரு கடல்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தத்தாள் வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சல் நீங்க தாழ் வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க. Walking toes are maybe better. புகழியாண்ட குருமணித்தாள் வாழ்க ஆகமுமாகி நின்று அணிபத்தாள் வாழ்க ஏகன் நான் ஏகன் இறைவனடி வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தாத்தாள் வாழ்க இவை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சல் நீங்க தாழ் வாழ்க புல்லாகி பூவாகி புருவாகி மரமாகி பல்விரகமாகி பரவியாகி பாம்பாகி புல்லாகி பூவாகி புருவாகி மரமாகி பல்விரகமாகி பரவியாகி பாம்பாகி கல்லாகி மனிதராகி பேயாய் கலுங்கராகி வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராகி தேவராகி செல்லானிந்த இத்தேவர சங்கமத்துள் நம சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தாத்தாள் வாழ்க இவை பொருதும் என் நெஞ்சல் நீங்க தாழ் வாழ்க ஆராது என்பும் அருளும் மலை போற்றி சிவன் அருள் சிந்தையுள் நின்றதனான் அவன் அருளாலே அவன் தாழ் வணங்கி செந்த மகிழ சிவபுராணும் தன்னை முழுதெய்வினி முழுதும் ஓயிருப்பன் நம சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தாத்தாள் வாழ்க இமை பொருதும் என் நெஞ்சல் நீங்க தாழ் வாழ்க நம சிவாய நம சிவாய நம சிவாய. ஜகதேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே தினம் தேவக்காராயே அவர் பண்ணுங்களே நிகி தேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே பாதும் பணிந்துமே சிவதேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே ஜகதேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே தினம் தேவக்காராயே உலகில் பிறந்ததாகம் உன் திருவடி மழைவாம் தருள் செய்வாயிசா என்பவாசன் அருளேசா தேவக்காராயே ஜகதேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே தினம் தேவக்காராயே புரிஞ்சு அத்த நம்பனியே தேங்க்யூ எம்மையாதரி பூத்திலேயே ஆதி அந்தனிகாம் ஜகஜீவபர நிகாம் தேவக்காராயே ஜகதேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே தினம் தேவக்காராயே உலகில் பிறந்ததாம் உள் திருவடி மழைவாம் தருள் செய்வாயிசா என்பவாசன் அருளேசா தேவக்காராயே ஜகதேவக்காராயே தேவக்காராயே தினம் தேவக்காராயே அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தேனே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தேனே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் பொதுநதத்தரசே பொன்னியனியே புறவரலாம் புகழ் கண்ணியனியே அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தேனே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் ஆனந்த கோடிய இளம்பிடியே அற்புதத்தேனே மலிமாலே அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தேனே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் சிவ 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 சின்மயதே சிவ சுந்தர குஞ்சித நடராஜ தேவாம் அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தேனே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் நடராஜன் எல்லாருக்கும் நல்லவனே நல்ல எல்லாம் செய்ய வல்லவனே அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தேனே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் கருணாநிதியே சபபதியே கதிமநிதியே பசுபதியே அம்பலத்தரசே அருமருந்தே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தேன் நற்றுணை வேதியன் ஜோதிவானவள் பொற்றுணை சீர்ந்தடி கொடந்த கை கட்டுணை போற்றியோ கடலில் பாற்றினும் நற்றுணையாவது நம சிவாயவே நற்றுணையாவது நம சிவாயவே இல்லகர் விளக்குது ஈருக்கெடுப்பது சொல்லகர் விளக்கு. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who want to turn, you can please come forward, you can do the Harani. இல்லகர் விளக்குது ஈருக்கெடுப்பது சொல்லகர் விளக்குது ஜோதி உள்ளது பல்லகர் விளக்குது பலரும் காண்பது நல்லகர் விளக்குது நம சிவாயவே நல்லகர் விளக்குது நம சிவாயவே மாப்பினிய மாதுர்பாகத்தில் ஊப்பினை தீர்ந்தடி புறந்த கை தொழ நாப்பினை தருவிய நம சிவாயபத எத்தவலாம் தமக்கு இது கனில்லையே எத்தவலாம் தமக்கு இது கனில்லையே
Mom, when I go anywhere, he asks me, Bongi's at home. He don't know anyone, you only know Bongi, Bongi, Bongi. You taking his things, Bongi. Why are you taking his things, Bongi? Trevor, I said I'll be strong for you, Trevor. Give me the strength, Trevor, give me the strength. I said, Bongi, I'll be strong for Trevor. I'll be strong. I'm gonna be strong now. I'm gonna be strong for you, Trevor. Trevor, man. Help me, man, Trevor. Help me, Trevor. Help me, please, Trevor. Help me, please. Trevor, you don't come into this room, Trevor. Today you're lying in this room. You never go to your TV lounge, Trevor. You never put the TV on, Trevor. Trevor, please, man. Oh, you want us to stay alone here, Trevor? Oh, you want us to stay, tell me, Trevor. Trevor! Trevor! Something is going on to my mother, man. His mother came. My God, man. I can't. No, man. I told you about this strong. I'll be strong. I'll be strong. I'll be I'll be strong for him. Oh, and then be strong for him when he's in the box. How can I be strong when you came in the box, man? Trevor, you went walking, man. You went walking, Trevor. Leave me, please. Leave me, please. Please let me just be alone on my Trevor. Please. Please let me be alone on my Trevor. Leave me alone. Where's my baby? Let me be with the baby. Let me be with my baby. Where's Megan? Where's Megan? Please, let me be with Megan. Please, let me be with Megan and Trevor. don't like me to cry, Trevor. You want me to be strong, isn't it? I'm going to be strong for you, Trevor. Be strong. Be strong, move on. Be strong, move on. You said, I can't. How am I move on from you, Trevor? How I'm going to move on from you, Trevor? Tell me, Trevor. How I'm going to move on. I waited so long for you, Trevor. 25 days you didn't come home, Trevor. 25 days you went on holiday. You came in a box, Trevor. Holiday you went for, Trevor. Holiday, but you're coming in a box home, Trevor. Trevor! Trevor! Help me, please. Help me, please, Trevor. I said I won't cry for you. I'll be strong. I said I'll be strong, Trevor. I said I'll be strong. I can't make it better. Please. Help me, please. Help me, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask one to please rise for the Achot Padigum Shanti praise for our dear Appa, our dear brother. Put your hands together, let's pray. Put your hands together, let's pray. Muttin Narin Ariyaden Mutkirde Muyavene Patineri Arivite Paravinungal Paduvarum Satamalam Arivite Sivamagi Yedayanam Athanaren Aruniyapai Arperuai Rachove Semanalum Ariadem Sidarure Ninivenem Mumimarum Arivite Mudalaye Mudalvanna Namayamo Porulagi Nati Vete Yetu Vete Amene Aruniyapai Arperuai Rachove Amene Aruniyapai Arperuai Rachove Namachivaya Varganathan Tarvargan Purudum Yennagal Nigatam Tarvargan Isari Bodri Yendanari Bodri Desanari Bodri Mahoda Aranchangatiru Swama Sundramunian Abrgali Atmaum Narakalim Shanti Om Shanti Om Shivani Kadavi Tirapai Deva Kadavi Tirapai. We call upon 6 more brothers. Please come forward. Give us some assistance here. Thank you. No, God, this is There's another bucket that's it. Look careful. Look careful. Be careful. In the old tree. In the old tree. Put the water down there. Thank you. Come back, Dylan. மணி அன்பிடல் விழுந்த ஆரமுது பொய்மையில் இருக்கும் புறதலி சுருக்கும் புறதலி புலிய நாம் தனக்கு செம்மியாயே சிவப்பதம் அளித்த செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே காலன் சென்ற திரு ராமச்சந்திர முனியன் அவர்களை ஆத்மாவும் நற்கழிவும் சாந்தி 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 ஓம் சிவனே கதவை திறப்பாய் தேவா கதவை திறப்பாய். हरि ओम गंगा जमुना गोदावरी तीर्थम समर्पयामि समर्पयामि समर्पयामि. गोविंदा 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 गोविंda. Your immediate family, they family cars that's provided for your PC. Splash it. Splash it. Get the water here. One more time. That's it. Especially with the broad accent. Especially what we've done.
Also.
Yeah. Go from that side. You go sit in the front. You don't have to have a picture of your shop. Come in now. You can take all the things and put it inside. The double girls will take it back inside.
Just put it in. Edit that. Leave it for us. I'll be done. No, just leave it around.
Yeah, no, I put one of the semi-con. Thanks. என்றரசுபவன் சிவனே கதவை திறப்பாய் காலன் சென்ற திரு சோமசுந்தரம் முன்னில் அவர்களை ஆத்மவும் நற்கனிவும் சாந்தியும் சிவனே கதவை திறப்பாய் தேவா கதவை திறப்பாய் நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ்வாழ்கள் இமை பொருதும் என்னென்றும் நீ காத்தான் தாழ்வாழ்கள் ஈசனை போதி என்றடி போதி தேசனடி போதி சிவன் சேவடி போதி மாய பிரிவிற்கு மன்னனடி போற்றி போற்றே ஆண்டவனேவும் அம்புயர ஐயம் தனக்கு புல் கதவை திறப்பாயாம் அடிப்பதும் உள் கையல்லவாம் அணி தீர வேண்டும் அம்பலத்தாண்ட ஆண்டவனேவும் அம்புயார ஐயம் தனக்கு புல் கதவை திறப்பாயாம் நமச்சிவாய வாழ்கநாதன் தாழ்வாழ்கள் இவை பொருதும் என்னென்றும் நீகாத்தான் தாழ்வாழ்கள் ஈசனடி போற்றி என்றடி போற்றி தேசனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி மாய பிரிவதற்கு மன்னனடி போற்றி போற்றி. For about 6 quarters, please come forward. 3 and instead of 4 on this side, be better. Somebody keep the balance there. Walk your feet. Your house. Come out first. Just move the balance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please can you take your seats while the Aldm commencement ceremony takes place? Thereafter, you will be able to view and pay your last respects.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come through, take a seat. We'll do the official opening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do the prayer, thereafter you can pay your respects thereafter. Thank you. Greetings, one and all. This morning's ceremony in honor of the celebration of the life of Trevor Munian has commenced with the Guard of Honor ceremony. Mrs. Cookie Munian, together with the directors of the Aldm Group, will now light the candle in memory of Trevor and officially open the ceremony. The candle lighting ceremony is significant to give light in this difficult time, whilst also creating the onward journey of recovery and legacy after Trevor's passing. Our esteemed saxophonist, Mr. Tim Lewis, will provide beautiful music that Trevor loved as this commencement takes place, whilst Mrs. Munian and the directors commence with the candle lighting. The Aldm Manco executives and the rest of the Aldm family will follow thereafter. you, Mr. Tim Lewis. You've done a splendid job in rendering some beautiful music. I now hand over to Mr. Nelson Munian and his crew to attend to the opening prayers and to render some hymns. Over to you.
அன்புமிக்க பெரியோருக்கும் தந்தை தாய்மாருக்கும் சகோதரருக்கும் உரிங்கணிந்த முதல் வணக்கத்தை வைக்கின்றேன். இன்று தினம் அதாவது காலம் சென்ற திரு சோமசுந்தரம் முன்னியன் அவர்களை ஆத்மாவும் நற்கதியும் சாந்தி. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we gathered here this day to pay our friendship with our dear brother Somasundaram Munian, who was with us for the past 55 years. We'll ask one or two please rise, put your hands together. Let's pray for our family, let's pray for our dear brother as well. Thank you. திருச்சற்றம்பலம் முன்னவனே ஞானி முகித்தவனே முத்தினலும் சொன்னவனே தூய்மை சுகத்தவனே மன்னவனே சிப்பரனே ஐங்கரனே செஞ்சனியும் சேகரனே கற்பதினின்ற சரணம் சரணம் உலகளங்க முன்னந்து உதக்குமதியவள் நீல உலக வீரன் நீர்மணிவன் ஆலயங்கள் சூரியன் அம்பலை சொல்லாடுவரை மாலை சிலம்படி பர்வீவன் மாலை சிலம்படி பர்வீவன் அகரமணியானந்த செய்வன்மணியும் உகரமணிய விஷ்ணு வியாபர நித்யமணியே மகரமணிய ஜகரமணம் உங்கரின் எத்துணியும் அன்புமை துன்பம் குடிக்குன்றைய நிறலிங்க நியத்துணியம் காலன் சென்ற திரு சோமசுந்தரமுனியன் அவர்களை ஆத்மாவும் நற்கட்டியும் சாந்தியும் சிவனே கதவை திறவாய் தேவ கதவை திறப்பறிவோம். திருச்சற்றம்பலம். எல்லோருக்கும் மிக்க நன்றி. வணக்கம். அமரங்கள். ப்ளீஸ் பி சீட்டட்.
Thank you so much to our esteemed priest, Mr. Nelson Munian. All attendees are welcome to pay their final respects to Trevor Munian. You can make your way toward the coffin, and you will see a picture of Trevor on your right as you enter. Please help yourself to a petal, and you may place it on top of the orange roses in the trays provided. Thank you.
உகலியின் கூட்டடல் போற்றி ஆழிசை கல்விரபில் அநேக பிற நதி போற்றி மாஞ்சி திருவனவனுள் மண் கொண்ட பதம் போற்றி மூழிமலை திருவது முறை திருத்தார் போற்றி 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 தோடுடைய செவியன் தோடுடைய செவியன் தோடுடைய செவியன் வினை மணி சூடு
Thank you to everyone who has taken the time to be here today, and also to those people who are joining us through the live streaming platforms. I am Kirti Visesa, and I have been friends with Trevor Munian since school. Our friendship continued through university, our respective working days, and is a friendship that spans decades. Over the last 8 years, I was privileged to work professionally with the esteemed Mr. Trevor Munian. We sincerely appreciate the efforts made to share in this day with us all today. Many have traveled from far and wide to be here. Heartfelt thanks to everyone who has also assisted and supported Cookie Munian, Megan, the immediate family and friends since Trevor's passing on the 27th of September 2022. It has been a difficult few weeks, and today is a culmination of the efforts made in bringing Trevor back home. Special thanks to Vanessa Naidu, a close friend of Trevor's cousin Yuban, and also a friend of Trevor, who assisted on the ground in London. The Aldm family have been incredible and unwavering in doing all that was needed to ensure that Trevor came back home. Your generosity, your kindness, and your commitment to your fellow Aldm brother is most appreciated. We do have a program for this afternoon so that we can give Trevor the most blessed send-off that he deserves. It would be a severe injustice if we do not at this juncture highlight the illustrious career that Trevor achieved in his lifetime. Let us take a walk through memory lane in this regard and celebrate his immense successes, friendships, accolades, achievements, and the list goes on. If Trevor was physically present, he would evaluate us and smile at us from a distance, as he was the most humble and selfless person that we were all blessed to know. The obituary of Trevor Munian. Trevor was born on the 24th of May 1968. His parents were Salvi and James Munian. He was one of 4 siblings and is the second sibling born after his sister Monica. Trevor has 2 brothers, Cedric and Nanu, and a sister Monica. Trevor has shared many happy years married to Cookie Munian and residing in Umhlanga with his immediate family of himself, Cookie, and Megan. Trevor hailed from Reservoir Hills and completed his schooling career at the local schools in Reservoir Hills. He enrolled at the then University of Natal Howard College campus for a degree in the Bachelor of Science in Quantity Surveying. He completed this degree in 1993. He held many professional registrations, including that of Professional Quantity Surveyor, Professional Construction Project Manager, and registered by the South African Facilities Management Association as a Certified Facilities Professional. He is also the Director of the South African Facilities Association and has been trained by National Treasury in Public-Private Partnerships. He was also trained by DUT and Tiragalo Business Consulting in terms of construction agreements and public-private partnerships. He had various memberships and extensive associations, including the South African Council for Project and Construction Management, South African Council for the Quantity Surveying Profession, the Association of South African Quantity Surveyors, the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and the South African Facilities Management Association. Trevor was undeniably loyal and spent his entire career within the Aldm Group. He was a director within the group, and his work experience at Aldm spanned from 1990 until current. As we celebrate this highly intelligent, successful, selfless, and incredible man, we recollect the various roles he had within Aldm. It included being a QS, an associate, an MD of an entity called Aldm Consulting, and the position of MD of the Aldm Group from 2011 to 2016. He had in excess of 31 years of experience in the built environment sector, leading many multidisciplinary project teams. He has worked on numerous notable and high-profile projects within SA. Trevor was also the author of the GO, Durban Radical Economic Transformation Specification, that is being currently utilized by the eThekwini municipality for procurement purposes. He has such a vast and endless array of skills that he was never afraid of sharing and assisting others around him grow by this knowledge. He was so talented and was able to operate within a multitude of disciplines and industries. His latest project, not known to many, was upon himself and his self-growth, and so accordingly he's registered for his MBA. He had a constant yearning for knowledge, and this definitely confirms his commitment to his self-development. He was also an absolutely successful business networker and influencer in the manner in which he conducted his own business, in the ability to handle multiple projects, whilst also assisting others in potential projects and and opportunities. I now hand over to A to Z Sounds to play a clip from their playlist. Thank you so much to Zach and team for providing those beautiful clips. It is said that cousins and extended family are our first friends when we are all growing up. We have fun times and vast memories of life within an extended family of cousins. Trevor was by no means an exception and was blessed to be surrounded by the love of not only his immediate family, but also his extended Munian family whilst growing up. Who better than a close first cousin and brother to share some of these precious memories with us? I now call upon Mr. Euban Munian to address us on behalf of the Munian family. Mr. Euban Munian.
When someone close to you passes away, it rocks your foundation. That feeling of knowing that someone you've known for all your life is no longer in the world is one of the saddest. Trevor was my cousin and somebody I regarded as a brother since I didn't have any of my own. We grew up in 165 Houston Road. Trevor was always the gang leader, and in my opinion was a person we always aspired to be like. From early on, I would say that my grandparents identified Trevor as being a very talented, and I'll admit, he was definitely the favorite. He was an achiever in every respect, be it Boy Scouts, karate, football. So it was not surprise to me when he was accepted in university, which at that time was an incredible achievement for somebody of color. I was very proud when he got his degree, and later on, when he advanced in his career. His family, Trevor married Cookie for more than 20 years and raised Megan as his own. The bond of their family will always be strong and beautiful. Cookie and Megan's presence in Trevor's life brought him the most joy. Trevor is also survived by his sister, Monica, his brother, Cedric and Nanu, his nieces, his nephews, and extended Munian family. And by the way, as most of the family will know, you couldn't put Trevor, Cedric, and Nanu in the same room. In the first part of our lives, Trevor and I spent the majority of our time together. But as the years went on, we forged our own paths. And Trevor's path he found George, Devon, and Dave, who were with him in his last days. I want to sincerely thank these gentlemen for everything they've done. I can never imagine your experience through this. I never knew the extent of legalities involved in bringing somebody home when they pass away in another country. And in that respect, I want to thank Vyasa Naidu, Kirti Basesa, for all their efforts in bringing Trevor home. To my Bulaka, you played a very important role in Trevor's life. And there's absolutely no doubt he appreciated you and everything you've done for him. And finally, in life we share special bonds. And sometimes there are people that cross our paths and have such an impact that it only makes your life better. In Trevor's life, he had many people like this, but the one that stands out is Calvin Reddy, who is known to most people as Gacha. I know deep down what Trevor meant to you. I've heard stories, and when I say I know you'll have taken a bullet for him, it's the absolute truth. From my side and my family, I want to sincerely thank you for always having Trevor's back. We are saddened by Trevor's passing and will carry the sadness for many days to come. But we can take comfort in knowing that his life was a life well lived. And when I said, when we lose someone we love, we must learn not to live without them, but live with the love they left behind. Go well, my brother. I love you forever, Ringo Starr. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to read 2 messages from family members. And the first one is from Trevor's one and only sister. Dear brother, I am so proud to have shared life with you. I only wish you could look into my heart and really see the love that I have and will always hold for you. You've been the pillar of strength throughout my life. In times of my heartache, during tough times and happy days too. You are very bright, shining. You are a bright, shining star that I could always turn to. Always to hold my hand and encourage me. Your belief in me has helped me be the person I am today. My memories of our childhood and times we lived will forever be cherished. It is not goodbye. Trevor, wait for me in the beauty of God's heaven, where the best is yet to be. Rest well, brother. Love you always, your sister, Monica. The second message I got is from my cousin Lily. I was blessed to have Trevor in my journey. And as a result, I've had a good childhood memories which will always remain in my thoughts. He was such an humble, loving and caring person, gone too soon. Rest in peace, my dear brother. You are now with Glenn and the rest of the deeply departed Munian family. Love, Lily and family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevor Munian, for your kind and beautiful sentiments. Whomever would like to pay their last respects to Trevor, please feel free to make your way toward the coffin. There are petals that are provided in the bowls. You're more than welcome to make your final gestures toward him and place it in the silver trays. When you're entering, it is toward your right, and it's the A4 frame of Trevor that you are more than welcome to make your offerings of petals and find a spot. Okay, moving on. We have a very, very special message from Trevor's aunt, whom he was blessed to have actually seen on the Sunday prior to his passing in London. This is from Auntie Angie and her family who reside in London and who are close family of Trevor. And I quote her message as follows. To Monica, Cedric, Nanu, Cookie, Megan, uncles, aunties, nephews, nieces, cousins, friends, and work colleagues. This message is penned from Angie, Shamla, Salvin, and Natasha. We all lost a great gentleman, our son, our brother, uncle, cousin, loving husband. Trevor loved his loving wife, Cookie, Megan, his brothers, his sisters, all his family, and all his friends. He was generous, kind, loving, hardworking. He believed in professionalism and work ethics. According to his cousins, as a teenager, he was very intelligent and mischievous. You both always took the blame for him. My dear Trevor, your last 48 hours of your life are echoes of your dad, James. London became the focus then as it did now. You loved this great city, London, and football, and you were a loyal supporter of MU. On Sunday, the 25th of September, we laughed so much. We discussed football, politics, and Yubo's jokes. You said, Auntie, I will see you in December. On Monday, the 26th of September, at 10 to 8 p.m., from Wembley Stadium, you texted me, Hi, Auntie, absolutely great experience. We got very good seats and the guys are really enjoying it. On Tuesday, the 27th of September, in the morning, we lost you forever. As a Shakespearean quotation goes, love and tragedy. Rest in peace, Trevor. May angels carry you safely to God and to the arms of your loving mum and dad and departed family. You will always be loved, you will always be remembered with tears and smiles, our beloved son, brother, uncle, and husband. Thank you, Cookie, for your loving nature, care, and protection of Trevor, like flames of the candle in the wind, never to burn out. Thank you. Cookie, remember, God will guide you during these painful days. There is always hope and light. Be brave. I now hand over to Mr. Nelson Munian and the service group to render 2 hymns. Whomever would like to pay their respects to Trevor, please feel free to do so.
தகப்பு கிருஷ்ண முகுந்த முரளி கிருஷ்ண முகுந்த முரளி ஜெய கிருஷ்ண முகுந்த முரளி ஜெய கிருஷ்ண முகுந்த முரளி ஜெய கிருஷ்ண முகுந்த
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson Munian and group, for those beautiful musical hymns. Trevor's first and only employer was the Aldm group from 1990. He grew extensively during his time at Aldm, and he held a variety of positions from junior functions to more senior roles. Trevor was indeed extremely blessed to have learned a great deal from the founding director, other directors, and other senior managers within the Aldm group since the time that he started working at Aldm. Dr. Dean Lachmia is the founding director of the Aldm group and shared a very special bond with Trevor. He has penned his address and message to be shared with us here today as we celebrate the life of Trevor Munian. I hand over now to Mrs. Lishani Naran, the daughter of Dr. Dean Lachmia, who will share Dr. Dean Lachmia's sentiments today. Mrs. Naran.
Vanakkam, namaste, and welcome. I am Lishani, the youngest daughter of Dean and Bhavani Lechmere. I always referred to myself as the youngest child, my sister Sarisha being older and the favorite child being Aldm. Aldm had the best parties, got the most times, and had the weekends when we were growing up with my dad. For those of you who don't know, I was 3 years old when Trevor joined. For as long as I can remember, he has been an integral part of our family. Those of you who know me will recall I had a special relationship with both Trevor and Shane, constantly turning to them for any words of wisdom, for support, or anything I could get out of them. The two memories I'd like to share from a personal perspective is when I was a little girl, I was standing in my dad's sister Julie's home when Cookie called me to tell me they were getting married. She said, Trevor said if I wasn't one of the first to know, I would never forget him, so she had to tell him. The second was when I graduated with my honors and wanted to move to Joburg. My dad was very against me moving, so I knew he was going up to Joburg and called Trevor, who I knew was very convincing, and asked him to help me convince my dad, which of course he would never say no to us. On behalf of myself and my sister, we'd just like to send our sympathies before I read the eulogy on behalf of Shane Reddy and my dad, Dean Lechmere. This eulogy was written for Trevor Munian on behalf of the Aldm family. Good afternoon, family and friends. Over the years, we have learned that a funeral is not a time for us to grieve, but an opportunity to celebrate that which made Trevor special to all of us. It's often said that the hour of death cannot be forecast. When we say this, we imagine this hour would be in a distant future. We never thought we would be thinking about Trevor as a memory at this time in our lives. This tribute is to Trevor on behalf of all the directors and staff of Aldm. The past year has been a difficult one for Aldm. With the loss of Bhavani, then Shalene soon after, and now Trevor, we find ourselves deeply saddened. And yes, Trevor's death also came too soon. It was so unexpected and therefore is a shock and still feels a bit unreal. I want to say that I'm very proud of how Aldm and the Aldm family has rallied around Cookie, Megan, the extended family and friends during this very difficult period. Thank you all for being here today. We have all had very different memories of Trevor, and I would like to reflect on his life at Aldm, the only company he worked for. This alone tells you a lot about Trevor's loyalty and commitment in the way in which he lived his life. Trevor joined the then-named practice of Lechmere Dyer Associates in January 1991, immediately after graduating with a BSc Honours in Quantity Surveying from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I recall interviewing him as a young, nervous, aspiring quantity surveyor. Most times when you meet someone seeking employment for the first time, you're a little apprehensive because you're curious about the person. You wonder if he is a good person, should you give him a chance to pursue his career. Will he contribute to the mission and vision of our small but growing practice? Amidst all these concerns, Jack and I made the decision to employ Trevor some 32 years ago, and the rest is now history. Like many of us, he loved and lived for Aldm ever since. In those days, it was during our humble beginnings in Lupin House. Since then, he was part of a remarkable team of individuals that helped develop and grow the Aldm brand throughout the country. When the company rebranded and restructured through a consolidation process in 2012, Trevor was appointed as its first managing director of the national firm. At the beginning of his career, Trevor had a steep learning curve by being thrown into the deep end on many major and complex projects. Fortunately, he was a quick learner. He started as a candidate in training, obtained his professional registration, became an associate and then a director. During this time, he worked and was also was a team leader on many prestigious projects including the Durban ICC, Gateway Shopping Centre, Sibaya Casino, Moses Mabhida Stadium, King Shaka Airport, amongst many other notable projects. He was very well liked and respected by his fellow colleagues, and and had a special way of bringing out the best in the professional teams he worked with. Aldm is indeed privileged to have had such a strong, dedicated person who cared deeply about the projects he worked on. Trevor was able to reinforce the strong values of the company and the importance of accuracy and good documentation. In this way, he was often a difficult taskmaster, and many who worked with him will attest to this. He sought loyalty and dedication above all else, sometimes to a fault, but he would have it no other way. Besides being fanatical about supporting his favorite soccer team, I think Trevor's greatest joy outside of his family was working at Aldm, where he spent long hours both in the office and at home. Those of us who knew Trevor well will also know about his stubbornness. If he made up his mind about something, it would be extremely difficult to convince him otherwise. Trevor is known to argue his point to the bitter end, often being right, but also very accepting when proved wrong. Trevor was committed to making a contribution to the built environment profession. He was amongst the early group to register as a professional construction manager and recently part of a committee tasked with regulating the facilities management profession. As the years went on, I got to know Trevor as a very kind, caring person with a big heart who helped many around him. He also had a fun side and enjoyed the social aspects of the Aldm events. I remember many times during our annual weekend getaways when we saw a very different Trevor in party mode. He was relaxed, jovial, in very good spirits, and I say this literally, with much laughter and jokes. He would be around the bar area and would engage in light banter with all around him, especially the younger staff members. I also have fond memories of Trevor and Bhavani at these outings, having serious chats about solving the world's problems, let alone Aldm-related matters. But more of those stories and great memories for another time. Trevor loved sports in general and enjoyed watching football in particular, especially those games when his much-loved Man United played. It's ironical that he passed away the morning after watching the England and Germany game in London a few weeks ago. In some strange way, one could say it seems the football god spared him from watching the Man City drubbing of his favourite team a few days later. The void created by the sudden death of Trevor is still so hard to grasp. We probably took for granted that he would be around for much longer. Therefore, we will miss his presence, his laughs, his yelling, his smile, and his thumbs up when it all went well. Yes, we will miss him, because he's not here to guide us, because he's not here to argue with, because he's not here to share a drink, because he's not here to laugh with, because he's not here to share famous Man U win, because he's not here. We all know that Trevor enjoyed life, despite his health challenges. He travelled extensively and often went overseas to see football matches. He lived by the motto, work hard, play hard. I really think that Trevor would understand that people have to mourn and grieve, each in their own way. But what he would really want today is for us to celebrate his life, because I believe it was a life well lived with few regrets. So I would ask everyone here to reflect on all the happy and joyful moments, the love, the laughter, the funny antics which Trevor brought to all our lives, and hold that in your heart and mind. For today, whilst in the company of each other, let's celebrate the fond memories and life of Trevor Munian. As most of you are aware, the Aldm slogan is adding value beyond measure. You, dear Trevor, have definitely added value beyond measure. May you rest in peace until we meet again.
Thank you so much, Ishani, Dean, and Shane, for this really, really beautiful sentiments. If anybody would like to make their way through toward Trevor and pay their last respects, please feel free to do so as we continue with our program. Within the Aldm Consulting Company, there are 3 man co-executives in Durban, namely Sayuri Bhagwathadan, Nisan Patha, and Neelan Mudlia. They worked extremely closely with Trevor within the Durban office. He mentored them, he taught them, and really created an excellent foundation of skills and development as the 3 of them grew in leadership.
Either for employment or other assistance. Trevor always told us we need to be street smart and build a network of people that you can call upon for assistance. Therefore, he always knew a person who could assist in any situation, or would know a person who knew a person that could assist in that particular situation. He's humble. His humble upbringings made him a street smart kid, never forgetting those that helped him along his journey in life. Although having a bold character, Trevor was never one for speeches and public speaking. But give him a karaoke mic and put on his favorite tunes, and you would see a different side to Trevor. No crowd would be too large for his performance. Admittedly, Trevor was impatient. If he wanted something done, he would get it done. To some degree, his character rubbed off on those that worked with him closely. Sometimes frustrating, but often brilliant in his ways, his work persona left clients and consultants in awe of his work ethic, which forged lasting relationships with clients and other business partners. In true Trevor fashion, he never made things easy. If there was a straight line to get from point A to point B, he would take an alternate route in an attempt to explore all options available, and in doing so, educating himself and others along that route. But sometimes leaving you asking more questions than having gained the answers. His philosophy of thinking outside the box provided some teaching that left most in good stead for the future. He would often say to us, not just sit on the fence. Always make a decision and stick to it. Argue your point, even if you are wrong, then go back and research it. Other things Trevor would say is that everything is urgent, but you must do what is important. Trevor was pedantic about quality, being able to zone in on errors at just a glimpse, which resulted in many long afternoons correcting presentations, formatting documents, and sometimes starting all over again, just to make sure that whatever was issued was a representation of the quality produced by Aldm. Aldm was his life. He dedicated his entire career in developing a well-established division within the Aldm group, and by extension the Aldm brand in the industry as one of the leading and well-respected practices in the built environment. His dedication never allowed work to get ahead of him, and in doing so, he was always 10 steps ahead of others. One would consider Trevor a workaholic at times, but not the least. Trevor knew how to balance work and play, enjoying time with his friends and family. Trevor is a hero to us all. The debt we owe you will never be repaid. You have touched our lives in so many ways, and we are who we are because of you. Your mentoring, guidance, and hard teaching will forever live on and be passed on to the future generations, continuing the legacy of Aldm Consulting. A friend once said that you knew the people that loved you and needed you the most, and would not have let go in your presence. Therefore, you had to go to a place that you loved to let go and be at peace. We will forever miss you. May your soul rest in moksha.
Trevor shared a very close bond with all of his team members, as well as his Manco executives, apart from the broader Aldm family. He also worked closely within the Johannesburg area at the Johannesburg Aldm branch. Ms. Lulu Nkuna, together with Ms. Tashmika Haridas Ramdev, are Manco executives based at Aldm Johannesburg. They both worked very closely with Trevor on a variety of different projects and various functions. I call upon Ms. Lulu Nkuna to address us and share some words on behalf of herself, Tashmika, and Aldm Joburg. Over to you, Lulu.
Trevor, like putting me on the spot, and this very moment feels like he's doing that, just putting me on the spot. It's been a very strange, very confusing, and incredibly heartbreaking 3 weeks. It almost feels like he's taking some time off, like he's coming back. But that's the thing about Trevor. Even when he was supposed to be taking some time off, he would still be waking. So, you will still expect emails from him. He's on holiday, but you get emails from him. They forwarded, be they weekend or not. So we wouldn't go a week without an email from Trevor. So having gone 3 weeks without an email has been really, really hard. My boss, although he hated being called boss, and he would say, don't call me boss. I remember introducing him to my daughter. One time I'm like, oh, this is my boss. But no, I'm not your boss. It's very funny because today is actually Boss's Day. And I would normally, 16 October, I would send him a message and say, happy Boss's Day. And the first time he actually said to me, don't call me boss, was 16 October on Boss's Day. He had become more than just a boss, indeed. He was more. He was a mentor, he was a teacher, an advisor of note, he was a friend. He treated all of us as equal human beings. So when you think Aldm Consulting, you think built environment. The two key disciplines we think of is project management and quantity surveyor. I'm neither, but he treated all of us as equals, special. Whether you're a professional quantity surveyor or just an admin, we were all equal. Trevor was all about trying. He hated it when you said, I don't know what to do. There is Google. Google it. Do your research. It was all about effort, trying, effort. And that's how we learned. We were scared of him, but not because he was a monster, because he was a perfectionist. And I love that about him. He was funny. Yes, Trevor has a sense of humor. I got a few stories to tell, but the one that sticks out was when we had a client meeting with him, at our Devon office with the Tiffany client, and normally we would come and sit. We had like this unsaid arrangement of where we all sit. So every month you know where you're gonna sit. And this one day He was always late, like 5 minutes late, and he would send a message and say, go ahead, I'm on my way. This one time, we come in, we start the meeting, so we're all facing the client. No, I don't know what, sorry. Then he walks in, the meeting is started, we're talking to the client, and the next thing, he's sitting next to me, across the table is Dr. Kishore, and we're talking to the client, next thing they burst out laughing. So we all turn around to see what's going on. Apparently, he was asking Kishore, who is this? Pointing at me. And Kishore started laughing, but that's your Lulu. And I didn't have this hair. I had my natural hair, and it was the first time he'd seen my natural hair. So that's how we all started laughing. Last week, actually, or a week, just over a week ago, I made a stupid error on one of the tender documents we were preparing. Very, very tiny. I said Trevor was a perfectionist. And I remember just thinking, what would Trevor say? And that very moment, I wanted him to scold me and say, apply your mind, Lulu. He didn't. I'd give anything just to hear. Just one last time. Apply your mind, but I will remember that. A couple of weeks ago, I missed his call. Then I called him back. He told me that don't worry, I've already spoken to Tashmika. Tashmika is my colleague. I've already spoken to Tashmika. It's about staff lunch. Talk to Tashmika. It turns out they wanted us to take the team out for lunch. Random Friday. There wasn't any special occasion. And this was lunch. Normally we'll have lunch and go back to the office. This very Friday, he said go out for lunch from 1 till whatever. And we did. We had proper lunch, you know, it's proper lunch. There's a couple of cocktails. So we all enjoyed it as a team. Later he calls to talk about something very strange about some PPPs and Aldm, and I'm just being out for lunch. So, and I'm listening to him talking and I'm like, I can't figure out what he's saying. I remember saying to my colleague, I don't know what he said to me, but it's fine, I'll find out on Monday. That was the last time I heard his voice. I never found out what he really wanted to tell me about this PPP, but I'm sure I will find out. Thank you, Cookie, for sharing Trevor with us. He was an incredible leader. He is a legend. He was a good teacher. He cared about us. We will never forget him. I am glad that I got to tell him how much I appreciated him. Rest well, my boss. Until we meet again, may you all rest in peace.
Thank you, Neelan, Lulu, Neeson, Sayuri, and Tashmika. I have no doubt that Trevor is looking down upon us and definitely looking at you guys, beaming with absolute pride right now. We have a very special message from somebody who was exceptionally close to Trevor and who worked very closely with him. He has written a letter to Mr. Munian, and the writer of the letter is Mr. Nshlakanipo Shoba, that worked very closely with Trevor at the Aldm office, and we fondly call him Shoba. His message goes as follows. Letter to Mr. Munian from Shoba, your junior project manager at Aldm Consulting. Man United lost the game against Newcastle yesterday. I knew for sure this was going to be my opening liner during our daily sessions in Boardroom 4. If you're having a busy day, I know I'd get a call at 5 minutes to 1 o'clock, just before my lunch, and that's when we'd start cracking. It feels unfair that none of us had the chance to properly say goodbye. I wish I had more time with you. We all wish we had more time. When I talk about people who saved my life, I'll always mention you first. You were a great leader, and I will forever be grateful for the opportunities that you gave me. You saw something in me and always challenged me to be more. I'm really sorry that I couldn't step up to this one, sir. It's hard. Please understand. I am drowning in the pain. We all are. No amount of training could have prepared me for your departure. Now I have to remember all your teachings and implement them. And just to show you that I always listened when you spoke, I know now that I should. Number 1, focus on what is important and not what is urgent. I repeat, Shoba, focus on what is important, not what is urgent. If there's a fee claim due and a progress report due on the same day, I knew you'd understand if I did the fee claim first and then started the progress report at 11 o'clock, just in time for when you arrive at the office. Another one you taught me. Don't make the same mistakes that we did. Try to buy property whilst you're still young. Yay, I did that. But guess what? The prime lending rate went up again whilst you were abroad. Lastly, if you're looking for the best prawns, then go to Vapor Cafe. I must admit, they do make the best prawns in town, and now got a pot belly to prove it. We spent a lot of time together, and very often this is when the life lessons would kick in. What I loved most about you is that I had a voice around you. With all your years in the industry, you'd listen to what I had to say, well, at least sometimes. I loved that you never stopped learning. Technology excited you. You always researched on how you could be ahead. I'd like to end the letter by offering Mr. Munian's family my sincerest condolences. Mr. Munian's work ethic influenced me greatly. His drive was truly unmatched. He would always show me the value of hard work and diligence. We are now left with the most important task on the Aldm teamwork platform, and that is to take his legacy to even higher heights. May your soul rest in peace, Mr. Munian. Thank you, Shoba, for those heartfelt words. Whomever would like to pay your last respects to Trevor, please feel free to proceed toward the coffin. On your right is an A4 size picture with petals available for you to make your offering and render your final respects. You can proceed whilst the program continues. Thank you. Mr. Kuben Padiachi has worked with Trevor Munian for many years at Aldm. He and Kuben shared a very close bond, both professionally and personally. Kuben resides in New Zealand and has shared his message with Mrs. Neera Moodley. Mrs. Moodley will be Kuben's representative here today and will share his message with us. Mrs. Neera Moodley.
Good afternoon all. I was tasked by Kuben Padiachi, Director of Aldm, who is now residing in New Zealand, to read his farewell message to Trevor. It says, "Farewell to Trevor Munian. I share these words with deep sadness in my heart, but trying to make you all feel honored and special for knowing the amazing person that Trevor was. I have known him for more than 30 years as a work colleague and later as a friend. Trevor's death shocked me. At first, I couldn't believe it. I contacted one of our best friends, George, who was in the UK at the time, who briefly explained Trevor's passing away. Trevor, you will understand why I am not here in person to bid you farewell. Trevor and I spoke 2 weeks prior to him leaving to the UK. We had a great catch-up. Usually, we will chat about work, what's happening in SA, and I will give him the rundown of New Zealand and the way we do things on this side of the world. But this conversation was about his health, explaining how great he felt after having the recent stents inserted. He spoke of his improved energy levels. He appeared to have a spring in his step, focusing on the positives. I was happy to hear his excitement and encouraged him to take regular walks to de-stress. Also, he mentioned that he was conscious of his diet and was eating healthy. Trevor was passionate about his work. As a director of the Aldm group, he would spend long hours giving more than 100% to the job he loved so much. He had solid analytical aptitude and problem-solving skills. Together with a strong business acumen, with an excellent understanding of systems and processes. Trevor would pride himself in preparing tender documents and reports with meticulous attention to detail. He was steadfast in his approach to work that separated him from most people. He found much pride in his accomplishments as a professional in the built environment. Trevor had an inquiring mind for business, always in the forefront of new developments, and was able to network with people in all walks of life. Trevor loved having a good time. I fondly remember the time we used to go away for the Aldm year-end office functions to the South Coast. We used to have a fantastic time, just partying the weekend away and strengthening the Aldm family bond. Those were unforgettable times. Also, one of the highlights I will remember was when Trevor accompanied my friends and I on a trip to China for the Formula One Prix. It was an amazing and memorable trip, one of fun and laughter, trying to understand key Chinese words just to engage in conversation with the locals, experimenting with the Asian cuisine and keeping ourselves hydrated, not forgetting the Formula One spirit. Trevor was a kind person, willing to help in times of need. He was dependable and generous. He shared the simple things of life as long as he had other people to share them with. Trevor, you made an impression on many people through business and social circles. As a work colleague and a friend, it was an absolute pleasure to work and socialize with you. You certainly made an impact on my life. You leave a legacy and a benchmark for others to follow. Have a great journey until we meet. Cookie, you have taken good care of Trevor, always prepared healthy meals, and on the odd occasion, prepared his favorite curries on an open fire. You all have enjoyed many holidays together, traveled to some exotic places in the world, memories to treasure and reflect on. He loved you for the person you are and always knew you would support him in his endeavors. Megan, You and Trevor had an amazing bond and shared many good times. I know you will provide Mom with all the support during this difficult time. To Cookie, family and friends, please accept my heartfelt condolences and sympathies on the passing away of you.
If you've noticed by now, we've divided our program into 3 parts that made up the family in Trevor's life, being his Munian family, his Aldm family, and now we're moving on to the 3rd part that made up his family of friends. Trevor was blessed with a family of amazing bevy of friends who meant the absolute world to him. Trevor had the Midas touch when it came to friendships and was always being there for all of his friends. He would go the extra mile and was one of the finest and first persons there was if there was any problem at all being experienced. Even if he saw any business opportunities, he would share these thoughts and ideas with you unselfishly and with no material gain for himself. The only want in his mind was for his soul sister or soul brother to grow and to improve. Mr. Trivy Arjunan shared a very special bond with Trevor. Trevor and I had many fun times, many difficult boardroom discussions, and lots of celebratory parties. We are happy that Trivy was able to fly down from Dubai to be here with us, and we are so grateful for you spending this time with us and celebrating the life of Trevor Munian. I will now hand over to Trivy to address you, and if there is anybody who would like to pay their final respects, please feel free to go ahead. Trivy, over to you.
I don't know where to start. Trevor was the person that I could see and look up to every single day, going into office in the morning, and just more than just a friend. He was a mentor to me. He was a brother. He was at times a father to me. We had a lovely relationship. Like with any other, all of his friends. You can see consistently, whether it be his family at LDM, his family, even his cousin. Trevor was a person with so much of energy and so much to give that we never had time to give back. He's been a pillar of strength to us, and we never had an opportunity to thank him. Thank you, Trevor, for being there in times of our weaknesses. Used to be a small emerging business, and he's helped many emerging businesses, from one-man bands to even the largest of firms, contractors, and because of his gratitude and his open heart and giving culture, he's been there to protect not only his staff and his family, but his friends outside of his own business. I mean, he's helped thousands of people, he's built a network and even built a formula that we all work together up till today, whether we are in Joburg or Cape Town. Just want to thank you, Trevor, for being strong for us. And secondly, as a partner, a friend, companion. We've had many arguments, we've had many wins, many opportunities that we've landed together. Trevor is the type of person that he likes a rush, he likes the whole winning, and winning with his friends is one of the most important things. We used to have an agreement. I'll come in the morning to the office, help him clear his desk with all the tenders, and everybody knows tenders. Trevor is a tender machine. He needed some some extra time to spend with his friends after work. So we'd have an arrangement, let's just help each other out with as much as we can. As a partner in business, we was really hard on you. We wanted you to be at the level that LDM worked, made sure that even if you want to put your name on the document, it's an LDM document, you've been invited to participate in our project. He was a fair person. He was beyond a friend. And I can genuinely tell you that he's the only person that I cried in front of. We sat at a bar one day. I was in my darkest and deepest moments, and he sat and listened to me, and I literally cried in front of him. I cannot explain to you the relationship that Trevor and I had. As a leader, he was an amazing person to work with, and to be walking in a room with Trevor, you just felt like you were part of like an elite group of people. Clients, even other competitors, you'll see, like Trevor's walking into the room, people just take a step back. And as a leader in his field, he's also a leader in other fields. Like professional qualities are very, and a project manager is a bird's eye view of everything. He knows architecture, he knows mechanical engineering, there's nothing that he doesn't know about. And yes, at times he's wrong, but you know Trevor, he'll make it a point to understand every single discipline. He's an accountant. There's nothing that he never tackled and always excelled in. Yes, we'll have moments, I'll tell you, I'm a town planner, I should know better. No, naturally. On this project, you don't know too much. I've done it before, just listen to me. And that was a signature Trevor Munian, statement. Just hang on. And we're not going to get that anymore. You know, we used to yearn for Trevor to shout at us, tell us what is the best thing to do. We'd yearn for that leadership, walk into a meeting, and who's going to be with us now? And this is something that, I don't know, I can't imagine a life without Trevor in professional environment anymore. You know, everybody talks about him being a teacher and a trainer. Trevor was at the forefront of every single technology platform that you want to think of. One day it's Gmail, Google, Microsoft Word, Teams, Microsoft Teams, and Teamwork. Try everything. It's like, just get the software, we'll work it out, we'll learn from it, and we move on. We want to be at the cutting edge of everything, automate everything. And I mean, this guy has too much of energy for his friends, for his family, for his work colleagues. You just don't know what this guy was carrying. The burden, the emotional, intelligence that he had, nobody can have. He's a great man. And he was consumed with so much. He called Kuben. Listening to this message. He called me at the same time last week. He sent me a message on Saturday night. And last week he said, buy the tickets for Qatar World Cup, we're going. So it's just unimaginable for us, because the type of person that he was, we were just planning things and just planning new things, and it's definitely a shocker. And the last thing about Trevor is his selflessness. Trevor would go and speak to anybody, like the most junior staff member. He came into the ranks of LDM, so he understands what it means to be coming from the most junior position to the most senior position. And the person that he was is as humble as he was, he would speak to anybody, talk to them about their personal life, ask them questions, engage with them. We take Trevor, after work, he just takes his collar shirt. He loved those collared shirts, right? And that Kurt Heiger style, he's got that emblem, must blend in with the shirt. Trevor's got his own design sense as well. But after work, take his t-shirt off, take his shirt off, put his t-shirt on, jeans, or he's moving, making sure he's with his buddies. The guy has just so much time for so many people, it's unimaginable. And I'm really sorry I couldn't be there to say my last goodbyes to Trevor. And on behalf of all of the people that I know that want to say their last goodbyes, definitely your spirit is here. I can feel it, and I just wish you all the best. It's a pity that we couldn't live our lives out together. Cheers.
Thank
Thank you so much, Trevi, for those beautiful sentiments. And we all can definitely resonate with what you've shared with us. How many of us are blessed to say, I've got a best friend that started with me from grade 1 or class 1 as it was in our previous days. Trevor was blessed to have one such friend who shared a long, dear, and amazingly sincere friendship with Ronil Singh. I will now read out Ronil's special message. And it goes as follows. Knowing him from class 1, all through high school in Reservoir Hills, graduating from UKZN and working with some projects together is the length of time I have known Trevor, almost his entire life. Difficult guy in business, and we had our differences, to put it mildly, but I guess he had the interest of Aldm at heart. These business differences were automatically resolved with a bottle or two of Jameson. He never mixed business with pleasure, with both being done with the same amount of passion. South Coast Friends WhatsApp was created, and we used this platform to hook up, be it day or night, rendezvous, weekends away locally, and in 2016 we traveled to the UK to watch our favorite soccer team, Manchester United, who on that particular day lost. He loved the UK, and I have lost count of how many trips were done there. What I am going to miss the most are the Tuesdays talks, when he would call me after a few with the Amshlanga boys, which are the original South Coast crew, and just talk generally. Obviously, for these talks, I needed to walk away from my wife. Never get in an argument with TM, as we boys affectionately knew him as, because even if he is wrong, he is right. That person who engaged with this discussion eventually concedes. With me, it was a few flowery languages and a stalemate is reached. Humility, passionate, meticulous, always willing to help, and not forgetting his generosity with TM's qualities, and maybe all here present today can attest. On behalf of the South Coast crew, rest in peace, bro. A rest you most definitely need. And until we meet again, may God give his family and his friends the strength, courage to deal with his untimely departure, and knowing God will welcome him with open arms. Ronil Singh. Thank you so much, Ronil, for those beautiful words. Trevor's definitely smiling down upon you. I will now hand over to our priest, Mr. Munian, who will render a few hymns. Whoever hasn't viewed and paid their last respects, please feel free to make your way toward the coffin. Toward your right is an A4 picture of Trevor. Please help yourself to petals, and you may offer them in front of that frame. Thank you.
They Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson Munian and your group. We have just received a message that Python Undertakers received that was to be shared with everybody here today. Please give me a second to open it so that I can read it out to everyone. Dear Christopher, we would like to convey our deepest sympathies to Cookie, Megan, and family on this auspicious day of Trevor's funeral. I will always remember and celebrate the joyful times we spent together, the multitude of works we conducted across the country, and the support Trevor contributed to our continuous growth and development. May my dear friend rest in peace, and may his family remain protected always. Our prayers are always with him. Farewell, dear friend, and sending love to the family from Sashwin Pillay and family, care of Africa Vision Holdings. Thank you very much, Africa Vision Holdings. I'm going to hand over to Zach at A to Z for a very short clip before we move into the final stage of our program, being the conclusion. Over to A to Z. For such a significant and beautiful song. There's anybody that hasn't paid their final respects? As we move into the concluding part of the program, please feel free to make your way to pay your final respects while I continue with our concluding sections. The outpouring of condolences, shock, and sincere sadness at the loss of Trevor speaks to the magnanimous man that Trevor was. It is indeed a huge loss to Mrs. Cookie Munian, Megan, the Munian family, Trevor's Aldm's family, his family of friends, the community, the construction and allied industry, the built environment, to name just a few, to society, to South Africa, and the world at large. From days of disbelief, we went through the starking reality of what an amazing person we had in our midst. Therein lies the theme of today's program, being the celebration of the life of Trevor Munian. To have known him, to have learned from him, and walked along him in his journey of life is a blessing we will always take with us. Trevor had this innate ability to assist, support, and mentor all the people that came into his life. As a result, Trevor has touched the hearts of many and has provided for so many homes, either directly or indirectly. What makes him even more of a treasure is that he had always done that totally selflessly. We will all miss Trevor incredibly. His passing has left a void in all our lives like none other. Let us take solace in the fact that in his last days in London, he enjoyed himself thoroughly, doing what he loved most, traveling, spending time with close friends, trying the local delicacies and food, and watching football, his favorite sport. We will each have our own special memories, special songs, special moments, and special times that we will hold dear in our hearts and which will always connect us to Trevor. It is our fervent wish and prayer that God places loving arms around Cookie, Megan, the Munian family, the Aldm family, and Trevor's huge family of friends as we all deal with this immense loss. As much as he leaves the shores of this earth, he leaves behind a part of him deeply imprinted in our hearts and our minds. Go well, Trevor. May you find eternal peace in your resting abode, and may you always guide from above. We love you to eternity and beyond, and it's not goodbye, it's just cheers until we meet again. The final part of my brief for the afternoon is to share with you details with regard to a late lunch that's going to be provided, and which I will share with you the details of now. The late lunch will be served at the Clear Estate Andhra Vishnu Temple Hall at 306 New Germany Road, Reservoir Hills in Durban. The hall is on the same road as the crematorium, and it's diagonally opposite the Dravida Hall. This venue will be used from 3 p.m. until about 5 p.m. approximately. There are details regarding the prayers on Wednesday the 16th of October 2022, and again, everybody is invited. The prayers for dear Trevor will take place this Wednesday at the Amshlanga Hindu Society Hall in Somerset Park. The hall is directly behind the Mercedes-Benz in Amshlanga. Dinner will be served from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30, followed by a service from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. and from 7:30 p.m. there will be teas, coffees and snacks. The invitations for the lunch and the prayer next Wednesday are extended by Mrs. Cookie, Munian and Megan. Kindly accept these invites sincerely and personally from Cookie. Putting together a program of this magnitude does not happen alone. It has taken many hands, many thoughts, many discussions, and many considerations to ensure that we did the best job that we could in sending Trevor off with a send-off that he truly deserved. But we would not have been able to do this alone. And in terms of our vote of thanks, I would like to thank the following parties who played a pivotal role in helping us get to today. Our priest, Mr. Nelson Munian, has been simply amazing and has been with the family from the time of Trevor's passing. He has rendered such beautiful and melodious hymns, some bhajans, and he had really created that spiritual and positive energy that we were all seeking. the Rowland brothers, the undertakers in London, who worked tirelessly to get Trevor back home. We appreciate all that they did and the patience that they had with all of us. Pinetown Funeral Services, led by Christopher and his team, have been simply the best. There was no task too small or too large for them to do. Thank you for dealing with me and my endless questions. Live streaming A to Z, Zach and his team for the sound provided by Edwin as part of that team and for the live streaming. You all have done a superb job, and I'm sure our live stream attendees will confirm that. Mr. Munian, Nelson Munian and his group, thank you for rendering the most beautiful hymns and songs at home and here. This program would not be complete without your involvement. We thank Niven and his team for the catering that will be done at the Andhra Vishnu Hall. And we also thank Mr. Tim Lewis, the saxophonist, for playing such beautiful music as Trevor came in. We are now at the 2:30 p.m. mark, and I will hand over to A to Z to render a piece of music that has been selected to enable Cookie to be given a few minutes to render her final goodbyes. Over to A to Z.
call upon the immediate family to offer our dear brother the rose. You could please come forward. We leave you with love. Hare Hare Shiva Shiva Hare Hare Shiva Shiva Hare Hare Shiva Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the conclusion. We'll ask one or two please rise for their truth padigam. Muthineri Shanti praise for our dear brother. Hare
I will now share the final pallbearers for this part of the proceedings. Okay, they are Devin, Dave, George, Runil, Dinesh, Chibi, Trivesh, and Deo. If you could please make your way to the front. We thank everybody for being here today and for helping us celebrate Trevor, and we will always share fond memories of him. We will now be proceeding to the antechamber outside Hall 1, where the furnace is. Unfortunately, we are very limited with numbers, so I will call out the attendees at the antechamber. Mrs. Cookie Munian, Monica, Devin, Govinda, Dave Iyer, George Chetty, Ranil Singh, Hidesh Reddy, Trivi Arjunan, Calvin Reddy, Pio Chetty, and Trivesh Grandison. We thank Mr. Munian, who will take us into prayer whilst this is going to take place. Once Trevor's been carried out by the pallbearers toward the outer part of Hall number 2, the Pinetown Undertakers team will assist us with the release of white doves. Thank you, everybody. Please travel home safely.
Govinda, 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 Hari Narayana, Jaya Narayana, Jaya Jaya Narayana, Hari Narayana, Jaya Narayana.
the live streaming, right? So you can end it.